Hello, hello, and welcome. Welcome, welcome. It is so good to see you. It is great to be back on the air. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello, Valkyr. Hello, Random. Hello, Nathan. Hello, Winter. Hello, Nyx. Hello, hello. Hello, UTP. Hello, Game Grimoire. Hello. It is good to see you again. Random says, Fox Mom, hi. I don't know how I got the title of Fox Mom, but I'm not exactly gonna turn it down either. Hello, hello. It is so very good to see you. How have you been keeping? Have you been doing well? Have you been staying hydrated? Oh, thank you so very much, Demon Fox Akira, for the $2 donation. Super chat for super cute. I'm not that cute. I'm a little cute. It is in the name, after all. I'm not gonna deny it, but I am not that cute. Can you say she sells seashells on the seafloor? I remember it as being she sells seashells on the seashore. UTP says, I have been having issues keeping track of time, so my EP hasn't been great, but I think it's been getting better. It's great. Honest to goodness, keeping track of sleep is an important part of your health. And I am being a hypocrite by saying you should sleep better, because my sleep schedule is fragmented. I fall asleep twice. First, in the afternoons after streams. It's basically like the pre-sleep nap. Then I wake up again, do some more business, eat dinner, and then I go back to sleep. UTP says, Nico, you've already admitted to being the cutest fox. I said it under duress. Did you, though? Yeah, if you go back, you'll notice that I'm, embarrassed and Nick says, you're just getting ready to hibernate for the winter. Common misconception, animals don't necessarily hibernate during the winter. At least, that's what I think is a myth. Huh. Hibernation is a state of minimal activity and metabolic depression undergone by some animal species. Hibernation is a seasonal heterothermy characterized by low body temperature, slow breathing and heart rate, and low metabolic rate. It is most commonly used to pass through winter months, called overwintering. Huh. Fascinating. Although traditionally reserved for deep hibernators such as rodents, the term has been redefined to include animals such as bears, and is now applied based on active metabolic suppression rather than any absolute decline in body temperature. Many experts believe that the process of daily torpor and hibernation form a continuum and utilize similar mechanisms. The equivalent during the summer months is aestivation. Fascinating. And that is from Wikipedia on the article regarding hibernation. I am not adorable when Slebby. Hello, Nathan. Hi. Game says, surely that ain't a myth. It makes too much sense to do so at that time. Bracing says, hello. Welcome, Bracing. Good to see you. It's good to be back on the air as well. Howdy. Hi, hi. Hop hop, nya. Alrighty, I'm gonna see what games are going to be released in the coming months. Sort of like a holdover habit from when I was still in Baron Bat's chats. I kind of want to do that to fill up the dead space just a hair. So, I'm gonna look up games be released. So, we've got some upcoming games, one of which I'm interested in and a little bit surprised by. Mario and Luigi Brothership. I am kind of interested that this game in the Mario and Luigi series is releasing after Alpha Dream collapsed. And I am a little bit, like, concerned, a little bit... I won't say miffed, but it is rather strange that it isn't under Alpha Dream's control. We've also got another one, Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now this one, I've never played any of the Dragon Age games, so you're going to have to forgive me for this particular bit of rambling, but apparently it is going to be released... when are you going to be released? Oh, it's gonna be released on Halloween this year, so if you're interested in playing the next stage in, you know, Dragon Age game, that is Dragon Age the Veilguard, which will be released on Halloween this year. Alright, moving right along. Another game that has piqued my interest is Alien Rogue Incursion. Any Alien games, anything from the Alien series, is a welcome addition in my book, because who doesn't love xenomorphs? They are scary, they are cool looking, and sometimes they can be overused. However, when used in the right dosages and the right atmospheres, excellent. Most excellent. UTV says, I hear Silk Song is coming out soon. Wink. Oh my gosh, Silk Song? Wasn't that like the Hollow Knight sequel that got trapped in development hell and we haven't heard much of anything since? But anyways, moving right along, we've got another Black Ops game that's gonna be coming out soon. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Apparently it's going to be released tomorrow. So, I mean, I guess that's a thing. I'm not really particularly excited about, you know, Call of Duty. I only really play it for zombies. I think that Call of Duty is a series that honestly should take a back seat for a couple of years. People really need to, you know, be less saturated in shooter games, especially these days. Hello, Bingkrens. Welcome, welcome. It is so very good to see you. Valkyr says one of the most beautiful monsters to exist. Oh, precisely, to borrow a phrase from Ash from the original Alien movie. Its structural perfection is matched only by its hostility. A perfect organism. Unburdened by conscience or the delusions of morality. I admire its purity. And you also have a killer line that you get from Ripley in the second movie. Slight spoilers. I definitely recommend that you watch both Alien and Aliens. Two of the most important movies in that series, in that genre. Hands down. Because Sigourney Weaver just knocks it dead with her performance. To the point where Alien can be summarized as no one listens to the scientist and everyone but the lady and her cat dies. And you also- oh right, Sigourney Weaver actually had a killer line in Aliens, which was... I don't know which species is worse. You don't see them fucking each other over for a percentage. Seriously, Sigourney Weaver is just... beautiful, cute, tough, all of the above. What a wonderful actress. Nya nya. Welcome, Chainmaster. Welcome, welcome. It is so very good to see you. Oh. R.E. Fantasio Metaphor also came out this month. Interested in Atlas RPG games? Oh, Atlas! Oh, Atlas. There are a couple of games that Atlas released that I have really enjoyed. Not least of which is Persona 5. I enjoy Persona 5, I like looking at it, I like looking at its art rather than playing the game myself. Honest to goodness, it's become a weird nth space for me. Now I gotta look up nth space to make sure that I am using the term correctly. I have absolutely no idea what this result is. You know what, we're gonna skip over that for the time being. I'm gonna look at that later, and I'm gonna revoke what I said earlier. But one of the games that I played that introduced me to Atlas as a company was Odin Sphere. Odin Sphere was a game released in 2007. And it was released for the PlayStation 2, and it is a bit of a masterpiece of a game for 2007, alongside Final Fantasy XII for me. I never finished it. It breaks my heart that I never finished it. One of the bosses was too tough, and it was the dragon from the second storyline. The full title of the game is Odin Sphere Liefreisier. The very first storyline, you play as a Valkyrie. Very cute. I love the colors of her wings. Random says, was Odin Sphere the Vanillaware game published by Alice, or am I mistaking it for something else? Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit of a deep dive here, because... yeah. Yeah, it was a Vanillaware for the PlayStation 2. Published by Atlas in 2007, and by Square Enix, Australia and Europe in 2008. Oh, Odin Sphere Liefreisier was the remake. It was released on PlayStation 3, 4, and Vita in 2016. Yep, so the developer was Vanillaware, and the publishers were Atlas and Square Enix. Director of the game was George Kamitani and Kentaro Onishi. And it is, again, a beautiful game. One whose visuals I have hardly seen matched in modern-day games, excepting a rare few. UTV says, I thought you were saying Odin Sphere, and was very confused when I couldn't find it. Honestly, whenever I think to some of the calmer moments back when I was living in California, I think of the memories that I've played, you know, that game, as well as, gosh, what am I thinking of? Yeah, I was thinking about Final Fantasy XII and Odin Sphere. You know, games that I've played that have music that fills me with a calm. Random says the day Vanillaware releases their games on PC is a day even heaven would celebrate. Also, Sony, give us Bloodborne. Why aren't you giving us Bloodborne? Am I really going to have to remake the game by myself in Unreal Engine just to be able to play it on PC? Random says you should check out Dragon's Crown Pro and Unicorn Overlord if you like Vanillaware's art style. Absolutely peak art. Most excellent. Anyways, going back to games that are about to be released. I've heard that Monster Hunter Rise was a game that is about to be released. No, that one was released in 2021. What are we talking about here? Monster Hunter Wilds. Ah, that was it. Monster Hunter Wilds. It's upcoming, and it is going to be released next year on February 28th, 2025. I definitely look forward to its release. I've never played any of the Monster Hunter games. I will definitely start with an earlier one, maybe either Rise or some other one, just to get a good feel as to what the games are like. Also, for some reason, the stream is lagging out on PC. You know, trying to view it on PC and trying to view it on mobile is being very, very finicky right now, so I'm not gonna be able to, like, moderate how the stream looks like on PC, so you're going to have to tell me if something screws up. World and Rise are the best ones for newcomers. Okay, so I'm gonna start with World, move to Rise, and then when Wilds comes out, I will definitely check it out. Alright. Moving on, we also have a new game in the Stalker franchise called Stalker 2: Heart of Chernobyl. I don't know if it is, you know, a misspelling of Chernobyl, or if it's just an alternate spelling. I do not know. It was published by a Ukrainian game developer, GSC Game World. It'll be the 4th main game released in the Stalker video game series, as well as the first Stalker. It is a psychological horror. Nope. I take that back. It's a first-person shooter survival horror game. Same vein as potentially Resident Evil 7 and Village. Definitely well worth a look, at the very least. Hello, Storius. How are you doing? Good evening, my lady. Is there any word on you're going to get the latest episode of the Yandere Symbiote back, or is that lost forever? Or are you going to have to re-record because I think what they did to... Okay, so Storius, regarding the latest episode of the Yandere Symbiote, Yandra, that, unfortunately, has been removed from YouTube permanently. I tried to appeal the decision, but apparently, according to YouTube, it is content that features sexual activity. Despite the fact that there has been absolutely no sex in any of the YouTube videos that I have released, except when it's, like, mentioned as a thing that can happen. You know, behind the scenes. Something in the imaginations of the listeners, potentially. So, YouTube, as well as one human reviewer, have said that it contains too mature content for YouTube, so it had been demonetized. I could technically put it back up on public, it just would be demonetized and it might incur some skepticism, it might incur some criticism, and I am not about that. I kinda just want to make my content and be at peace. UTB says, I still think that's not warranted, it's not safe for work from what I heard. Yeah. It's been unlisted, the video is unlisted, and if you wish to see it, it's for free on my Patreon. Click the link in the description down below, and if you feel like it, feel free to kick a couple dollars my way. Definitely helps out myself and the channel quite a lot. And if you subscribe to the $10 brain not braining If you subscribe to the $10 Legacy tier, you also gain access to content that won't be featured on YouTube, as well as early access content, like the 7 Deadly Sins series. Granted, the 7 Deadly Sins series will be releasing for free on YouTube starting at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on the 27th of October. So, get ready for Sunday! In 3 days, Wrath is going live. And it'll mark the first time in a while that there will be a video released per day for an entire week. So from Sunday to Saturday, from the 27th of October to the 2nd of November, you are going to get a new Cutiefox ASMR video, one per day. So, I hope you're excited for it! I know that I am. It has been a long time coming. Storia says, it's an absolute tragedy. You're a great content creator. Why should you be demoted while the other voice actors on YouTube should be allowed to do it, as well as Mama Bear and her baddie friend? Now listen. Mama Bear and After Dark have had their demonetization troubles as well. It's not really a matter of, like, saying, well, they get to do it, or they also don't get to do it. The fact of the matter is that YouTube has become overly draconian in terms of language and artistic representation. And I honestly think that we definitely need to be a little bit more forgiving to our creators. YouTube already has a kids app. I should not have to moderate 100% of my content. I limit gore, and I expressly forbid adding too sexual content to my videos, for a reason. And yet, that still isn't enough. If I make a symbiote video and it just sounds just a little bit raunchy to the more conservative folks who run YouTube, then it'll just be permanently demonetized. Random says, any chance you get a sequel to the Listener X Church Demoness ASMR? Oh, the Listener X, Astafe. I am planning that, but I've also been working behind the scenes to finally finish the Witch's Experiment series. Salvation is currently 3 pages long. I'm still working on it. I hit a little bit of a mental block with that, but I am doing my best to power through it. I will not leave that series unfinished again. So Salvation is the planned final episode, and depending on how it goes, it might be one of the longer ones. Storia says, so in other words, YouTube is pulling a Captain America air quote language. It's more than that. Captain America says language. YouTube basically just walks up behind me with an aluminum baseball bat wrapped in chains, and then just effectively bashes my kneecaps in. That's what it's like being a creator on this, platform. Especially one with a little bit more of a liberal outlook on things. I'm not saying that I'm being explicitly targeted for my political views, certainly not, but it is definitely a symptom of overly draconic policies that are on YouTube, as well as overzealous bots that flag stuff, and overzealous humans as well that also flag stuff. Bracing says, all good. I always knew YouTube would be like that, being a huge fuddy-duddy, strict uploading video app. Thank you so very much, UTP. I am so sorry, Valkyr. I sometimes get overly frustrated with how YouTube handles stuff. It's like, please, can't I make stuff? Can't I make stuff without being, like, afraid? 'Cause it'd be nice. Storia says, okay, speaking of series, what about the one where the vampire turns the listener? Haven't heard that one in a while, or the Yandere was a dictator or something. Okay, I don't know exactly which ones you're talking about, but I have a feeling about the vampire one that you're speaking of. Is it the one that ended off with Waltzing with the Vampire? Because, yeah, that one is also a remake of a series that I originally did, and I should endeavor to finish that one too. UTP says, YouTube is a platform that hands you a coloring book and proceeds to steal your pencils if you don't color the way they'd like. Not the best analogy, but I think it works. I think it is an apt analogy. What YouTube nonsense happened? Oh, I'm just, for lack of a better word, complaining about the latest Yandere Symbiote video that got flagged as being filled with sexual content, when it's not. Still miffed about that. Still incredibly miffed about that. I would like to talk with the human reviewer that said that there was sexual content in that, and I want them to walk me through how they think it's sexual content. And then I'll point to stuff that is in traditional media and say, that isn't. And another part of me is terrified to rock the boat, because I know that if I rock the boat, there's the possibility that I could get severe backlash to the channel as a whole. Either massive demonetization symbols on all of my videos from here on out, or just being flat out removing my YouTube partnership program entirely, which effectively cuts off any financial gain that I get from this channel. And this channel is my pride and joy. The first time that they revoked my payments, the first time that they revoked my YouTube partner program, I was heartbroken. And I had felt the lowest of the low that I had felt since the channel's start. Story says, my best knowledge is, you know the sound when the symbiote comes out, the sounds like gel or slime when they come out to envelop their host? It isn't even that. It was the prison guard being pinned up against a wall and struggling. The sounds that I made, people think that that is like sexual grunting or some shit. Forgive my language. It's not. It is a prison guard about to have her head bitten off. Yeah, although they have stated that there are other things that could potentially be flagged as well, so I'm not ruling out that the sound effects were that. But even so, come on. Can't a girl have fun? And it is good, clean fun. So yeah, what happened was I appealed the decision. They said we're agreeing with our original stance, and that was that. I unlisted the video, and I put it up on Patreon. Valkyr says, yet a trailer of actual venom biting heads isn't allowed. Random says, YouTube is, I think you mean Haven? For talented people like you who don't want to be stuck back in retail, it shouldn't treat their users like a Karen. Ashiv says, see, it wouldn't be as annoying if there wasn't a bunch of channels that are clearly and obviously using sexual imagery and stuff like that, because it's very clear that the rules are applied on a whim. Honest to goodness. And this is me just ranting for a little bit, and I do hope that you will bear with me as I rant like this. Because there's so many times that I could have just looked up and said, why am I putting myself through so much effort to censor my scripts, to not use sexual imagery in my thumbnails? Because I could do as other ASMR artists have done and use AI-generated imagery for my thumbnails. Just create AI-generated girls and slap them on the covers of the thumbnail and use that to draw people in. And it might even be successful. It might even get me, like, more subscribers, and it would probably get me more monetization. I'm not going to do that, because I think it's absolutely scummy to do. I think it's scummy to use AI generators and slap that artwork onto my thumbnails when I could pay an artist their due wages and credit them underneath, just in the description. Just, this is who's responsible for the art in the thumbnail, and that drives traffic over to artists who actually make the work. Granted, I'm flat broke. I can't always do that. But yeah. My point stands. At any point, I could have said, hey, I could use Pycruise. I could take the easy road out. Instead, I decided to not do that. I decided to try to do things with my own hands as much as possible. I used to take anime, girls and put them on my thumbnails. You can look back in the channel's history and you can find that. So I'm not exactly squeaky clean either. But I've stopped that practice. And while I'm a bit lazy and I don't change out the old thumbnails, as I probably should, I still endeavor to do better going forward. UTP says, I can see the kissing, but even that's a stretch and a half. But the wall thing? If we're following that logic, most games with an interrogation scene have something coming. Grimoire says, thing is, at least in my experience as a photo basher, using AI in my work always feels grimy at best. The thing about it is that AI falls under one of two categories. One, it's not really, good enough to use in your own, thumbnails and stuff. You can use it as a toy, essentially. And it is a little bit amusing for the time being, but it isn't something that you can, use for your own work. That, or you're using an AI model that is trained off of, stolen artists' work, which is really scummy. It's like taking an anime picture, scrubbing off any, identifying watermarks or features, and then slapping it on your, works. And honest to goodness, I don't want to do that. It's incredibly lazy. And a part of me thinks that it is incredibly scummy to do. At some point, I would like to get back into drawing. I would like to start drawing again, so that I can actually, draw anime girls that would draw people in, and then I could say, hey, I also drew it myself. Heck, I'd also like to draw on stream too. Wouldn't that be nice? Would you like to see me draw on stream? I have subscribed and follow artists on YouTube like Ronalust, for example, who draws really, really creative ideas. Honest to goodness, love a lot of the work that artists do. But until I get that good, I'm going to either commission work from artists and credit them always in the description where I can, or I'm going to focus on making original thumbnails with my own art. I'm already a talented 3D artist myself. I'm pretty sure that you've noticed all of the 3D art in my videos. The 3D animations I make, tunnels, the crystals that I've made, the little gyros I made at some point. I took that and learned it from several different sources. I learned from my 3D, animator teachers. I've learned from my texture teachers. I have learned from people like Ducky3D, who's on YouTube. Please, look up Ducky3D. Look at all of the stuff that they've made. I learned the tunnel animation from them. And I just took that, and I constantly try to put my own new spin on it, and it's fun to try to see stuff and try to think of what would be another good thing to make. Bracing says, geez, YouTube is that strict, man? I'm glad my videos are okay for now, and geez, the world's gotta be a post-apocalyptic world at this rate. Thank you so very much, Racing Star. Thank you. Ashiv says at Bracing Star, they're not until they are, because they're very random about applying their rules. Yes. Corey X Kenshin actually did point this out. Actually, is it Corey X Kenshin? I think so. Corey X... Yep, it's exactly who I'm thinking about. He pointed this out when he noticed that his videos were getting flagged as age-restricted, and Mark's videos weren't because of preferential treatment. But when he pointed that out and saying, hey, he's doing it, he's okay, I should be okay too, YouTube instead turns around and demonetizes everyone. And it's kind of like this thing where I put on a tinfoil hat and say, YouTube does this so we don't rock the boat, so we don't try to point out the flaws. Yeah. Corey X Kenshin is a YouTuber that comes back from his hiatus, and honest to goodness, his content is amazing. You should definitely check it out if you haven't already. But Corey X Kenshin's videos are amazing, well edited. The man is funny, he is talented. Oh. And honest to goodness, we need that talent now more than ever. Game says, the only thing more powerful than greed is spite. Binkran says it's been all over the place ever since Adpocalypse. Oh, I remember Adpocalypse. Adpocalypse was a little bit before my time. It was before I started up the channel, and before ads were even a thing I was even concerned about back then. But 2 years in, now I do worry about it. It is an unfortunate thing, but I've also been caught up in the YouTube machine. But I'm still passionate about the art that I make, and I am anticipating more stuff in the future. Spell the content creator's name? Alright, so I'm gonna write the name down here in chat. Corey X Kenshin. Honest to goodness, look him up, subscribe to him, he is amazing. Random says bless you. Why bless you? Bless your heart. Seeing as I've actually lived in, like, Midwestern/South for a little over a year, I have heard that phrase a couple of times. Just bless your heart. And some folks actually do mean it. And then there are some folks that mean it in that sort of passive-aggressive way. But then again, there are a couple times where I just can't tell. A chef says what YouTube needs is a serious competitor, because right now they may as well have a monopoly. But honestly, the world in general needs a lot of trust busting. Honest to goodness, I agree with you. Yes. The way things are, as they stand, right now, there are monopolies that have control over a lot of stuff. Like Google and YouTube, and you also have stuff like Disney and Netflix. So yeah, and the thing about it is that unless we work together, we won't be able to bust them open. So, what I recommend is definitely, becoming politically active. Go to the town hall, see what's being said. You have a voice. You can stand up for what's right. You can use that voice. You can make this world a better place. Game Grimoire says, call a necromancer. We need Teddy Roosevelt. Shift says most movies at this point are funded by one of like 3 companies. Oh yes, and they underpay their animators and, you know, scriptwriters. You remember that strike that happened, like, was it last year? I think it was last year. Honest to goodness. I hate that we have to do that for basic human decency. And it is basic human decency. We've been running under the system of capitalism for years. It isn't the default. And there needs to be serious reform. I have a couple of ideas on how this reform can be accomplished. However, it really does take all of us. We need to really think this thing out, schedule it, and start hammering the message home. No more. We need to do better. For ourselves, for our friends and family, and for those that will come after we are gone. Binkren says, not sure trust busting will be enough at this point. Probably need to nationalize a lot of stuff. Honestly, we need nationalized healthcare. We need stuff that is we need universal healthcare, that's what I'm trying to say. We need healthcare that is provided to us. We need something a little bit like the NHS from across the pond. Not insofar as they will deny trans people healthcare, simply because they're trans. We also have those problems to deal with. But yeah, this is incumbent upon us, and we need to do better. And I have faith that we can. I have faith that we will. Y'all are brilliant. Y'all are amazing. And honest to goodness, by putting our heads together, by thinking our way out of this, by going to our local representatives, by going to our town halls, we can figure out what the heck is going on. We can partake in our civic duties. We can do things that are more than just a job for a corporation. There is a life to be had. So let's take it. Let's get this bread. Let's get this life. Let's make this life for the people who matter to us. To our friends, to our family, to everyone. And I don't know exactly why I'm, being so passionate right now. I feel passionate about this, and I also feel an overwhelming sense of hope, of optimism. We aren't going to let stuff like Project 2025 come and just destroy us. We aren't going to elect the evil Cheeto back into office. We are going to fight for our lives, and we are going to fight to make this world a better place. It's like that song goes, from the Congos. I need to move, I need to fight. Game Grimoire says, capitalism encourages min-maxing. While fun in something like fictional entertainment is not the kind of thing you should subject real human beings to. Valkyr says, so many of my close friends have those issues with the NHS. Yes. There's someone on YouTube who actually did a really, really good video on this subject. Let me see. I'm trying to look them up now. I emailed my doctor 133 times. The Crisis in the British Healthcare System by PhilosophyTube. Definitely check out PhilosophyTube too. I am most likely going to link their channel in the description down below. But yes. I'm gonna link it just above my Patreon. Save. Boom. Yeah, I watched that video. It made me mad. It should make you mad. it should make you want to do something about it. What's Project 2025, Game Grimoire? Okay, so this is going to be a little bit in-depth, and I do apologize, it is going to be a little bit in-depth. We are going to have to put off Wayward Western just a hair, but I am still planning on playing that RPG later. But, Project 2025 document. Alright, so the site for the ACLU.org, Project 2025 Explained article says, Project 2025 is a federal policy agenda and blueprint for a radical restructuring of the executive branch authored and published by former Trump administration officials in partnership with the Heritage Foundation, a long-standing conservative think tank that opposes abortion and reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, immigrants' rights, and racial equity. Project 2025's largest publication, Mandate for Leadership, is a 900-page manual for reorganizing the entire federal government agency by agency to serve a conservative agenda. Project 2025 includes a long list of extreme policy recommendations touching on nearly every aspect of American life, from immigration and abortion rights to free speech and racial justice. A number of its recommendations rely on support from the executive branch and from Congress. Many other initiatives are outright unconstitutional. As this article continues to say, what are some plans or proposals included in Project 2025? Project 2025 calls for hundreds of individual policy changes that will impact our constitutional freedoms and every aspect of our lives. Among them are gutting abortion access, severely limiting abortion access nationwide by reversing the FDA's approval of mifepristone, a drug used in medication abortion, and reviving a 19th century law, the Comstock Act, to ban any abortion medications, equipment, or materials from being sent through the U.S. Postal Service. Mass deportations, targeting immigrant communities through mass deportations and raids, ending birthright citizenship, separating families, and dismantling our nation's asylum system. That basically means that anyone who's trying to escape here to be a refugee and to claim asylum, no. If Project 2025 goes through, you can say goodbye to that. Abusing warrantless surveillance, exploiting the executive branch's vast and unprecedented powers to spy on Americans' lives with warrantless surveillance of our data. Unleashing undue force on protesters, violating the First Amendment by using federal law enforcement to target journalists and protesters. Severely limiting voting access, abusing executive power to interfere in our elections by criminalizing the voting process and damaging fair representation. Censoring academic discussions about race, gender, and systematic oppression in violation of the First Amendment, and promising to cut federal funding for schools with curricula that touch on these subjects. Rolling back trans rights, weaponizing federal law to require states and private actors to discriminate against transgender people by threatening to sue schools that protect the rights of trans students, or telling hospitals that they would lose their Medicaid funding if they provide gender-affirming medical care to trans adolescents. If Project 2025 goes through, and this is my own words talking, this isn't the article, if Project 2025 goes through, it is the end for freedom in the United States of America. That is why it shouldn't be this close between, candidate Kamala Harris and former President Trump. This is why it shouldn't be this close. Because if Trump gets back into office and helps enact Project 2025, that is the end of us. At least, That is what it will say on paper. I will fight. I will fight it to my last. Because I am not going back in the goddamn closet. I am staying. I am here. I exist. I and my friends exist. We live here. We are not going anywhere. Excuse me. Whew. I got extremely heated there. I apologize. But yeah, that's what Project 2025 is. That's why we're fighting against it. That's why I'm telling you to be active. Vote. Vote for our lives. Vote for our continued safety. Vote so that I don't wake up one day to the barrel of a gun. It isn't an end-all be-all. There is hope. There's optimism still. That is this optimism that I wish to foster. That no matter how horrible our opposition froths at the mouth, no matter what plans they put in place, that we can fight back. That we will be here. That we are going to see another sunrise together. And it is going to be a beautiful sunrise. Be active. Be vigilant. Be kind to those around you. And we will fight like our lives depend on it, because they do. Welcome, Viola. I do apologize. You came in on a bit of my rant. You can definitely go back in the stream and watch how that went down. Game says, the only words I can use to describe this, even remotely used to accurately, is despicable, barbaric, and savage. Yes, precisely. They essentially want to drag us back to the era of the Industrial Revolution, of Jim Crow-era laws, where trans people are forced to be in the closet. Essentially, Project 2025 will turn us into a It'll just, create a fascist dictatorship in the United States. That is essentially what it is. Essentially, the world in V for Vendetta. Essentially, yeah. I like V for Vendetta. It's a good movie. And I like the actors in it. Whew. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we're going to get on Wayward Western. I am going to run a little bit of a Q&A while I'm gone. And I really, really hope that Wayward Western is a more calming experience than this long diatribe. Bingkren says, where I live, being trans was illegal until 2001. We now have gender self-ID. It can get better. Viola says, why are we talking about that orange guys stuff? Because it's important and it does involve us, whether we like it to or not. But yeah, I am going to take a very, very quick break, and I hope to see you when I come back. Hey, Time Marshall. Welcome, welcome. I will be right back. Hi there. I'm back. Sorry about that. I decided that I was gonna get some food because I noticed that I was a little bit hungry. And I tend to get really, really emotional sometimes when I'm hungry. If that makes any sense. My apologies. Gonna volume down the music just a hair. But anyways, how are you doing? How's everyone doing today? Stay safe, Bracing Star. And again, hello, Time Marshal. Welcome. Hello, Tiny Portal. Welcome, welcome. Are you ready to play some Wayward Western? Excellent. Also, welcome, Finenza. Hello. Random says, you are not you when you are hungry. Eat Snickers. Funny you should say that. My partner actually did get me sweets. Thank you, Jinx. But yeah, I decided to order something from... Actually, no, not gonna say. We're not sponsored here, folks. Come back with a sponsorship deal, and maybe we got something. Ugh. But anyways, the last time that we were here, and here's a little bit of a recap, we are a system. We have 4 names: Rose, Chet, Abigail, and Grace. Rose is the front, the core. Chet is our morals, our protector. Abigail is a persecutor, a sadist. One that kind of likes pulling her gun on innocent folks if she doesn't get what she wants. And Grace is our patience, our trauma holder. And she really, really likes sweets. As for where we left off, we had killed Jebediah Smith yesterday and claimed a bounty. We have 4 gold coins, $27.75. We have 54 bullets and 6 rounds in our gun, last we checked. However, if you pat yourself down in this jail cell, you'll notice that your gun is not there. Your bullets are, 54 of them, but without a gun it's kind of useless. Right. As for our party members, we have Steve and Joseph. 2 brothers. Steve is the older brother. He's wiser than some, with a slightly cooler temper, and he can't get rage if you impugn his or his blood's honor. And Joseph is the younger brother, hot-headed, impulsive, and he has a taste for sweets too. Currently, you reside in a jail cell because you pulled a gun on a bank teller because he refused to give you a fair exchange for coins. That was a little bit of Abigail's influence, however. It seems that you have definitely paid for it, and you are currently sitting in the jail cell. It was quite eventful. So, now that you're here in this jail cell, what do you do? Starting the poll. Ready, set, go! Gotta give you 5 minutes to choose exactly what outcome you'd like. 5 minutes, no more, no less. Random says, can we suggest to work with the sheriff to deal with the rest of the Smiths? They must have been struggling to deal them themselves. Currently you're sitting in jail. You haven't even met the sheriff yet. Wait, which personality is dealing with the sheriff again? Alright. Time to decide who's on front. We're lucky. Rose has resumed her reins at the front. So it seems that right now, your head is more or less screwed on straight. You know better than to start fights. But you can definitely hold your own when, everything is said and done. When all of the chips are set down on the table. Alright, so what do you do? Do you look around? Do you try to examine the jail cell that you're in? The bars in front of you seem sturdy, if a little bit, old. Actually, you're not so much sure that they're old as they're just repurposed from something else. Certainly doesn't seem like it's anything more than a makeshift jail cell. Time Marshal says, just got a little bit of a sore throat. I'm so sorry, Time Marshal. Yeah, sore throats are the worst. It certainly doesn't help when you're a streamer and when you need to speak for your job and you just got a sore throat so you can't talk. Random says, is anyone else with you in the jail cell? Nope, it's currently just you. You and you alone. You're sitting on a bit of a metal bench that could also double for a bed if push comes to shove, and most likely where you were, sitting for all this time you were talking with your other headmates. Out of the corner of your eye, you could almost see Abigail waving at you. Do you remember to get a new, less cursed dice this time? Nope. Still cursed. It's still Apple cursed dice. Time also says it's Cutiefox. That's my fault, because the Liverpool game was on last night, but it's all good. Liverpool FC won, and now on an 8-game winner streak. Okay. I don't know what the game is, or exactly... I don't know exactly all the rules. Is it rugby? Is it football? Ah, it's football! Excellent. Random says, great, don't roll for charisma, chat. Funny you should say that. Got a little bit of a visitor. Into the jail walks the barmaid. It seems that she's looking quite worried, and she immediately walks over to stand next to the two brothers, who kind of look at her sideways, and then they sort of shrug and go back to looking at you. At first the barmaid goes, what's she in for? What's she do? And Joseph turns and goes, we're just going to the bank to get an exchange for some of these gold coins that you gave us, and the next thing I know, the mad lass decides to pull a gun on the bank teller. After that, she just sort of locked up and shows in place. We apologized to the bank teller, and, he agreed to give us a discount, just like $20 per coin. And then he basically just said, now just put her in a jail cell until we figure out what's going on. And hopefully, we'll be able to figure all this out. Now, I'm sorry, lass, but we did have to take your gun off of you. And you just sort of nod idly. Because, yeah, that all pretty much happened succinctly. Random says, is it football or football? Football, or as us Americans call it, soccer. From what I remember, in Europe, American quote-unquote football is actually called rugby. And honestly, isn't rugby a better term for it? All right. You kind of look up and you ask, hey, what happened? Well, you mean after you woke up, or, well, sorry, before you woke up, or... Well, again, you kind of just locked up. You stood there, stock still, like a statue. You know, after you load your gun and everything, of course. It seemed like you had a little bit of a change of heart in it, but seriously, what in the hell were you thinking, pointing your gun at a bank teller? Seriously, it's like you want us to get in trouble or something. Well, you're in real deep trouble right now, Missy. You're gonna spend the week in there. And Steve kinda nods and says, yeah, you did kinda screw up, lass. A week in the hole is perhaps gonna be the lightest sentence we can get you at this point. Just, you know, do y'all a favor and just don't pull your gun on any bank tellers in the future. It could have gone a lot worse for you. I'd sooner not see you on the gallows, miss. Random says, I may have had a lapse in judgment. Joseph snorts. Like I tell ya. And so the barmaid looks from Joseph and Steve back to you and goes, then it's true then? You really did pull your gun on a bank teller? Wow, was he some kind of criminal? Binkren says, honestly, the only football codes I like are Australian and Gaelic. Gaelic. I want to learn Gaelic. I really, really want to learn Gaelic. I think it's a beautiful language. But I don't know if I can be taught it. Valkyrie says a week, instantly checking if the walls are very sturdy. Tiny Pearl says, how do you think we got here? Finanza, I didn't mean to. Pshaw. Joseph kinda snorts, and he goes, well, you really are one crazy firecracker. Random says, I thought I looked like someone in a bounty board. My eyes aren't working like they used to. Why'd y'all think I visited a doctor? And Steve just kind of covers his face and, you know, pinches the bridge of his nose, and he goes, then really, the very same lass that saw, you know, that Smith boy's hand and told us exactly where to look for that cheating rat. Really. Tiny Portal says, record scratch. Yep, that's me. You might be wondering how we ended up in this situation. Just, yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Random says, so time out to talking to the fellow personalities. Any suggestions, sisters? Abigail immediately, points out that you still have the kitchen knife. And Chet immediately goes full moral panic mode and says, do not! We are staying here for the duration of the week. And Grace kinda looks pensive. So, I'm also going to introduce a new poll. Loose hair. Don't you just hate it when you've got a loose hair and it's just dancing on your forearm? Ah! Ah! It's like a spider. Ah! 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 Valkyrie says, as much as I like chaos, either making a deal or waiting is the best idea. We don't want to be a criminal ourselves. Random says, use us as bait of sorts? And the two brothers kind of nod thoughtfully while the barmaid looks troubled. Bait? What are you talking about, sweetie? Tiny says, Grace, oh you poor soul. How did you end up with these three? You're kind of forgetting. You're all in the same head together. It isn't a case of, how'd you end up with these three, it's just, well, you're here now, try to make the best of the situation. Random says, I meant bait to catch the Smiths. They'll definitely be after me. And Joseph nods and goes, yeah, you did just kill Jebediah. The other brothers might want Basie after that. But you can't exactly defend yourself in a jail cell without your gun, alright? Now, we can't move you, and we can't give you back your gun, obviously. But what we can do is, we can set up shop nearby, and if we see any of the Smiths coming, we'll tussle them for you. Tiny Pearl says, I know it's just she feels so out of place. The other three all feel at least a little unhinged, but she's just baby. Tiny says, I didn't do crap. You killed him. And the two brothers kind of look sheepish and admit, you know, yeah, but you're the one that claimed the bounty. You just split it with the others. You just split it with us. Bonanza. Girls. This is a joke! This is a joke! Kinda reminds me of that section from Young Frankenstein. Yeah, the I was joking. Love is the only thing that can save this poor creature, and I'm going to convince him that he is loved even at the cost of my own life. Oh, someone's calling. I best, answer it. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. My dasher came. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was joking. From Frederick Frankenstein. Let me out of here, get me the hell out of here. What's the matter with you people? I was joking! Don't you know a joke when you hear one? Jesus Christ, let me out of here. It was horrible. Young Frankenstein was a riot of a movie. Tiny Paul says, and I'm not voting in that. Two randoms or endorsing the intrusive thoughts? Heck no. Random says, can I at least have a chat with the sheriff? Try to negotiate something in regards to my sentence? And Joseph and Steve look at each other and go, sheriff stepped out. We have absolutely no idea where he went, so we kind of just put you in there? He says kind of awkwardly. The barmaid does not look impressed. Tiny Portal says, well, fluff you too. Look, it was that, or we would have to talk with the sheriff, and he might even give you a heavier sentence. I would just, rather get out the middleman, says Joseph. He kind of shrugs. Anyways, you look up and you look to both Steve and Joseph, who are still looking at you like, they're apologetic and stuff. And so you decide to ask quietly, I would like to have some time alone with her, you say, and you kind of just look at the barmaid, and the barmaid kind of puts her hand, on her collar, just sort of like, clutching the pearls. Just not like in a horrified way, just as a sort of, oh my. And so Steve, turns around, and Joseph's like, got his eyebrow raised quizzically at you. And then Steve just sort of half turns and grabs Joseph's wrist and then drags him out of the jailhouse. It's like, ow, ow, ow! I was coming, alright! Jesus Christ, you got a mean grip, Steve! And so, it is just you and the barmaid. And the barmaid asks, so, what do you want to talk with me about, sugar? Gotcha, you loose hair. Ha ha! Oh dear. Tiny Pearl says, you've got a mean grip, Steve. Interesting quote. Valkyr says, oh dear. Tiny Portal, people, I beg of you, just be normal. And here I am as the DM going, feel free to be as gay as the day is long. No shame here. No shame here. Valkyrie says asking us to be normal. More chance of a volcano freezing over. That's more likely than you think. Anyways, Random says, you're probably very disappointed in me right now, and I have no excuse for my actions, or one that would sound satisfactory. I can only apologize right now. And the barmaid kind of, raises her eyebrow at you, and she, has this sort of half smile. And then she kind of leans in and goes, well, it's alright. Of all the brigands and thieves that have come to this town, you have got to be the cutest and most polite one yet. And that definitely leaves something to Rose's imagination, one of which is polite. Insulting Jebediah Smith, handling one of the guys that harassed her with a vice grip. Polite? Polite doesn't seem to describe what you are. But she definitely seems to like you. Would you like to roll a perception check? $17. Nice. So, you look at her and she's rather fair to look at. Quite beautiful, in fact. Her skin is tanned, probably by the sun, or some other reason. Her hair is beautiful. Brown, goes down to her neck. To the base of her neck in length. And she's looking at you with one might say, an adoring expression. Valkyrie says, I've good luck. Would never do that. Random says, I was hoping the perception check gives us a hint that we might know more than she lets on or not. Because calling Rose polite sounded sus. Well, you decide to examine her neck and you can see a faint black tattoo mark, somewhere on the side of her neck going just behind her back a little bit to the point where you can't see it. But the part of the tattoo that you can see looks like a petal. Like a flower petal of some kind. And are those vines or thorns? You can't hardly tell unless, you get the full picture. And you notice that she's wearing a couple of earrings, fashioned of gold. And one of them kind of looks like that crest that's on one of the guns. Well, not on one of the guns, on one of the coins. Of 2 crossed guns. You open your mouth and you say, I think you're beautiful. And she kind of, you know, blushes a little and puts a hand to her face, almost covering her mouth in its entirety, but you can definitely tell that she's smiling. Finanza, ask her if we can see the rest of her tattoo. The barmaid giggles. Well, for that privilege, hon, we might need to do a couple more things. Like, you can ask me to dinner for one. I can get you out of this cell for a little while. I'm pretty sure that Steve and Joe won't mind for a while. Just you and I together in the tavern where we met. And then afterwards, we'll see if you can see the rest of my tattoo. And she kind of smirks at you. Finanza, yes, ma'am. Random says, oh, this barmaid serves some spices on the side. Oh, a chance that a comfortable environment will definitely follow along. So, will you take up the barmaid on the offer? Finanza, yes, yes, yes. Well, I know where 3 votes are going. Whoops. I ripped open the bag a little bit too well. Ooh, nice. Random says, as tempting as the offer is, I don't want to get myself in more trouble, and by association, get you in any danger. Besides, my consciousness would stare daggers at me if I said yes. Stares at Chet. And Chet, you know, kind of stays silent. You get the feeling that Abigail's like standing right behind her or something. And the barmaid kind of, you know, leans in a little bit close to, you know, the cell, you know, to the bars, and she goes, oh, just for a little while. Don't worry. I managed to swipe you a little bit of something. And she pushes something cold and metallic into your hands. You look down. It's your gun. How did she swipe it off of the 2 brothers? And why is she giving it back to you? So, now that I've proven that you can trust me, won't you step out of this cell and stretch your legs for a little while? Just so long as we don't go back to the bank. Binkrens, if anyone asks, she's our parole officer. Valkyr says, okay, she had my curiosity. Now she has my attention. I'll just say, I'm interested. There's a sharp glint in the barmaid's eyes, one that you haven't quite noticed before. you get this feeling that you've seen this person before, but you don't quite remember. Grace looks mildly uncomfortable. Welcome back, Nix Garcia. All 8 votes are taking her up on the offer. Roll for knowledge. Alrighty. 14. Grace opens her mouth to speak, and she lets out a little bit of a before, like, you know, clamping her hands over her mouth again, like she's about to let something slip. Oh, chat just wants to talk with the barmaid for a little while. After all, you could find out something to do with the plot. Binkren says no matter how lawful or chaotic, good or evil, chat can agree on one thing. Gay. Random says, oh, we are diving into here, aren't we? I say, grab your parachutes, y'all. Diving into trouble here. Well, aren't we a couple hell divers? That's a poor joke, I know. And after all, if you do get out of the cell for a little while and talk with this barmaid, you might find out a good couple of things about what she is. Who she is, why she's here, why she's wearing those earrings. It seems to me that she's a part of whatever organization is crafting these gold coins. Perhaps she's one of the bounty makers? A person who makes the bounties? Or perhaps she's a bounty hunter too. A bounty hunter disguised as a barmaid. But if that's the case, then why does she leave a perfectly good bounty in this bar? And the tattoo, of course. The tattoo with the petal and the vines with the thorns that you can't see all of, but oh, definitely dances across your imagination. You decide to nod and take her up on her offer. With a little bit of a click, you notice that she has bobby pins inside the lock already, and she jimmies it open. The thing screeches open with an ungodly metallic screech. But it's short-lived, and she grabs your hand, and she says, I am frightfully sorry for this. You hear another metallic click. You know, like the sound of handcuffs being put on, and you feel the cold metal being placed around your wrist. Another clicking later, and you realize the truth. She's handcuffed you to herself. Ready to get going, sugar? And she starts walking you out of the jail cell, half walking, half dragging you out of the jail cell. And suddenly, you're back on the dusty road. Joseph and Steve, you know, they seem to be having a conversation and not really paying attention to you, and they're on the other side of the road. So, you know, you decide to continue walking past them. Or rather, the barmaid turns to you and places a hand on your mouth and goes, now, for your own good, I suggest you keep this little soiree to ourselves. You hear? And you nod, and you decide to continue following along this barmaid back to the tavern. Random says, oh, the rationale of not letting myself get dragged into the whims of someone with the fingers in some trouble pies, but the heart craves affection of a gorgeous chick. Valkyr says, well, should've seen that coming. Yeah. The two of you continue on and step foot back inside the tavern. It's still a little bit wrecked from a little bit of the tussle that happened yesterday, and there are a few fewer people in than that day too, but there are still a couple. Some who look up at you and give, you know, a little bit of an enthusiastic cheers! Random says, leans my head on the barmaid's shoulder as she drags me wherever she wants. And she kinda looks over at you and smirks and says, well, aren't you just a charmer? Tiny says, I'm too fluffing gay for this, damn it. I'm supposed to be the reasonable one. You can sense Chet tensing up in the back of your skull. And Grace looks mildly uncomfortable still. She sets you down next to the bar and says, get a beer on us, Jared. And, you know, Jared, you know, goes to the tap and starts, you know, pouring out a couple of beers. Now, I was mighty surprised to see you in town. I was actually tracking you about you myself. That one, Jebediah Smith. Perhaps you remember him, she says with a hint of sarcasm. Well, far be it for me to steal one of your kills, Tiger. But I do have to ask, what are you doing here? Random says, good question. Trying to figure that one out myself, actually. A barmaid raises her eyebrows and goes, oh? Valkyr says, might as well be blunt. She knows us, that is certain. But need to be careful, we don't know who she is to us. Random says, let's pick option C, chat. Last thing we want to do is look like... Last thing we want to look like is vulnerable to someone that may or may not try to hunt us down. Then again, all these options make us look vulnerable. Kendrick says, random internet, that's what I just picked. Oh, I'm so glad I'm playing this game again. It's absolutely wonderful, isn't it? I enjoy playing Wayward Western. Tiny Puddle says, if I know these people, and I think I know some of them, vulnerable is exactly what they're looking for. Valkyrie says, Cutiefox enjoying being a DM. Yeah, I am enjoying being a DM, as a matter of fact. I honestly thought that it would be a lot more hard work than it has been so far. It's been very, very fun. How are you guys feeling? Is this fun for you, playing Wayward Western? Food. Nibble, nibble. Gotta nibble. Random internet surfer says, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not spending my money on much. I can spare you some in exchange for no hard feelings regarding that deadsmith's bounty. And the barmaid shakes her head and she goes, now, Tiger. I told ya. I hold no hard feelings. I didn't want to poach your kill. Valkyrie says, I don't think she cares about the money. She's more interested in us. Binkren says, considering I got off hours before I normally would to catch the start, you could say I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this too. I'm really, really glad. I'm enjoying this so much. Honest to goodness. Oh, excuse me. Randomness, my brain is brawling between itself regarding letting a potential femme fatale take advantage of us and not take advantage of us. I bet the same goes for Rose's personalities. Alrighty. You tilt your head and you look at her and you go, I'm sorry, do we know you? And then, you know, she kind of looks surprised and looks at you. And for the slightest second, you can almost swear you see heartbreak in her gaze. But just as quickly, it's smoothed over and replaced with a slightly colder, a cooler, but still seductive look. But a little bit of that warmth is gone. That much you can tell. Maybe like only a couple hairs of a degree, but it is slightly cooler now. You're saying, you don't remember me. You don't remember me, Rosie. Well, I must say that kinda hurts my feelings that you don't remember me. And then you kind of, you know, shrug and say, I'm sorry, I don't really remember anything. And with her free hand, she reaches over and she starts petting your head slowly. Shh, there. I'm sorry, hun. Amnesia's a bitch. Damn. So many things in the desert that could have done this. So many mysterious phenomena. To have afflicted you with such amnesia, Rosie. Random says, damn, we are professionally flubbing the bad bimp chat. Tiny says, God damn it, you can't do that to me. Watch me. But anyways, The barmaid, you know, stops petting your head and starts facing the bar once more. My name is Roanna. Random says, "You know how much I sacrificed?" And so, are we, you know, close? Roanna smirks a little and says, "We were closer than ever. Time was." You could say. Some of the fiercest rivals this side of Tumbleweed, Arizona. Though, there have been a good couple of scrapes that you got into that I helped you out of. And some scrapes that I got in that you helped me out of. Time was, I thought our bond was unbreakable. And her earrings glitter. Give Roanna cute Puss in Boots eyes. Okay, I'm gonna have you roll charisma for that. If you land below a 5, you're getting critical failure. And I immediately drop the die. Ah. You roll a 12. You look at her with some, you know, puppy dog eyes, and you kind of pout a little bit. And she snorts. She takes a sip of her beer, and she snorts. A little bit actually shoots out of her nose, and she splutters. And she kind of chokes, and she chuckles and laughs. Oh, you little firecracker, Rosie. Oh, you're just so cute. As cute as ever. Oh, you still got that spark. It's such a pity, too. So I take it you don't remember much of anything, do ya? Yeah, she says, and she continues to drink her beer. Random says, "So, what happened the last time you saw me, before we visited this town?" Roanna's eyes darken slightly and she looks into her beer pensively. She swallows, looks up, you know, to the opposite wall, not quite meeting your gaze, and she goes, "Last I saw you, you were running for your life." She almost says it under her breath. And she shrugs. "It was that massacre down southwest of here. That town that caught flames. And you remember it from your nightmares, that town that had caught flames around you. You remember the figure in the hooded cloak. Tiny Pearl says, "Surprised to see me then?" And Roanna says, "A little." A little. Still, it is really, really good to see you again. That you're safe. If not entirely in control of all your mental faculties. And not in possession of all your memories. And she looks sad again. Well, it is really, really good to see you again, Tiger. And I do apologize for taking you out of that jail cell and putting you here in the East Coast for this little soiree. I just need to make sure that you're close by and you're alright. Binkrin says it takes more than that to finish me, apparently. And Roanna sort of smirks and she chuckles. Oh, you can say that, darling. Just because we were rivals didn't mean that we didn't have a couple tussles, and hey. Random says, I'm glad you're keeping me in check with the cuffs. I'd hate to get my scrambled brain into trouble again. And she kind of raises her eyebrow and looks back at you and goes, soft a touch as ever, Rosie. Valkyr says we have lost a lot, but at least she doesn't seem as dangerous, but still, don't let Horty overcome sense. Well. So all that talk about seeing my tattoo, you really were just asking. Seems that even with amnesia, you're still guided by that same spark that we shared. The spark in the dark. Now ain't that a fitting title for a rag of a novel? She chuckles and drinks again. And go. You've not quite checked yourself for tattoos yet. Random says, so anything I can help you with to repay this little favor of freedom? And then Roanna smiles at you and goes, well, I've got a little bit of something planned. Maybe you can help me out with it, but probably not today. Probably tomorrow, if you're feeling up to a little soiree. And again, if you want some more tussling. In more ways than one. Well, you need only ask, sweetie. Valkyr says, we likely have one, I feel. Gosh darn it. Nuzzle. Nuzzle, nuzzle. Random says, well, I hope you have a couch to crash, because the boys will likely won't let me back on for a minute. That or you can bring me back to the cell. It's a free, if not filthy bed. Oh, if filthy bed. And... Roanna smiles and says, well, I think we can do a little bit better than a filthy bed like that. Valkyrie says, Cutiefox laughing like any good DM. How will chat make our next mistake? Serious in the cell? Tiny Portal, are you sure you want to do that? Or random unexplained dice rolls are the scariest things a DM can say. Potentially, yes. Potentially. Random says the scariest thing a DM can say is, you can certainly try. Oh yeah, you can certainly try. I won't stop you. Tiny Pearl says, one of the best things I've done is had a bunch of blank dice, so sometimes when I was rolling for damage I would just grab a few extra just to fluff with the players. Random says, weird question. Were you ever a theater kid, Foxy? Okay, the thing about it is that I was taken out of schooling when I was in kindergarten, and for about 15 or so years afterwards, I was just not in any formal education setting. I think I might have been a theater kid if I was allowed to attend high school. And I probably would have chosen any number of theater programs when I was still in college if I was mildly inclined to at that time instead of focusing on my animation class. I would have adored it. I would have adored it. I probably would have been one of the drama kids. You ask about the tattoo. Really? You wanting to see it so soon? Well, I certainly think we could probably do about that tomorrow. But not tonight. Tonight we actually need to get some sleep. And you need not forget, you're something of a criminal now, aren't you? So I am these cuffs. And she rattles the cuffs just a little bit pointedly. So maybe tomorrow night, if, she says a little sharply, if you agree to that little thing I'm planning later. Agree now, and, well, I'll definitely throw in a couple things on top, if you know what I mean. I will certainly make it worth your while. Binkrin says, I don't know if you can certainly try is the scariest thing. I think responding to a nat 20 with for a total of is scarier. Tiny says, you can take the kid out of the theater, but you can't take the theater out of the kid. Anna Marie Facino. Or, what's your AC? Random says, sorry if this sounds rude, but when you speak for a player, can you say it in Rose's tone from the first video? What was Rose's tone again? I can't remember. I'm trying to do it in a slightly calmer voice. Gosh, how did Rose sound in the pilot, you know, stream where she was introduced? Tiny Portal says, y'all are just saying things I did to mess with people. Just make them think that everything is a bit above what they are. Just frightening your players. You can feel a part of your mind fidgeting. You're not sure you like where this is going, but then again, another part of you is really, really curious. And one part is almost delighting in it. You definitely are curious as to where this is going. Random says, well, I'd say it sounded deeper, I think. More experienced? I hope I don't sound rude. You don't sound rude at all. She was slightly detached and calm, if I remember correctly. So basically, it was something around this, right? This is the sort of voice that I had for Rose. Yeah, slightly gruff, slightly deeper, and calm. Oh yes, curious, heavy quotation marks. And with that... Oh, Random says, well, let's say I said no. How loud are you gonna scream to get me thrown back in the cell? Or a ditch? And she puts her free hand, you know, clutching the pearls again and says in a mock despair voice, oh, you really think so little of me, Rosie? No. I'm just gonna take you back to your cell, and then tomorrow we'll see where the day takes us. I'm not gonna be so cruel as to put you on the spot right now for a yes or no answer. I mean, I would prefer if you said yes tonight. But even if you didn't give me a straight answer tonight, I will certainly see you tomorrow and see how you feel then. Ugh, taking drinks is so... Ugh, I love drinks, especially drinks that are a little bit sweet. Just a little sweet. Anything too sweet, like syrupy sweet, oh, gross. But if it's just a little sweet, oh, really, really tasty. Valkyrie says, let's agree not staying in a cell for a week. Random says, I mean, how much trouble is she really gonna get us in? What could possibly go wrong? Indeed. What could go wrong? You look over at her and you say, deal. And Roanna says, excellent. Well, here you go. And she pays the tab. And then she makes to stand and urges you to stand as well. Well then, I'll lead you back to the cell and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow bright and early. And she kind of smiles and chuckles to herself a little and leads you out of the bar. You kind of turn and everyone's, watching idly as you leave. Some even wave at you. And you don't know why, but you also lift up your hand and you wave in a friendly manner back to them. Walking back through the dusty, sandy roads of this town, you definitely get a feeling of it now. It definitely is more familiar than when you first arrived. And soon you're back towards the jail. You walk in through the doors and back into the cell, and silently, the barmaid uncuffs you from herself and then closes the cell door again. Random says, "Not that I'm complaining, but you did say you were gonna give me a better than a jail bed." And Rana says, "I said that I would do something like that tomorrow." Just because you accepted my deal for today doesn't mean I promised anything today. You best bear with me and give you some of that patience you're famous for. Oh, and one more thing, she says before she closes the jail cell. And she leans in close, and whispers into your ear, and she says, "Oh, do tell Gracie hello for me." And then she quickly straightens up and closes the cell. She locks it, and then swiftly leaves the jail, leaving you sitting there, somewhat, puzzled. You can feel Grace squirming at the back of your mind. There's something about all of this that she's, really, really alarmed about, but she doesn't quite feel safe enough to tell us. Anyways, I will be right back. Feel free to speculate, but I needed to handle something really, really quickly. Be right back. Sorry about that. Had to nibble on something really quickly. Right, so... Yep, it is common that memory loss in spurts is pretty common as a symptom of DID. And you want to roll a perception check on Roanna's eyes. Alrighty. Rolling perception for intent. You roll a 16. You look into her eyes and you see a mischievous glint. She's planning trouble. This you know. What trouble it is, you can't say, but she's planning trouble, and it's pretty darn clear that it involves you. But anyways, she turns and sachets out of the jail, leaving you to your own thoughts. Tiny says, "You say that like we haven't been trouble this whole time." A little bit of trouble, perhaps. But you don't have murderous intent. And you haven't exactly entirely been the sort to rob a bank. I mean, you were close to being that type. We don't have murderous intent, most of the time. Random says, "Hey Grace, do you know something we don't? I'll try to send you some candy first chance I get if you tell." You can feel Grace perk up in the back of your mind, and she kind of shakes her head a little bit. She wants the candy, but she doesn't want to tell. Just that she's nervous. She seems to be a bit frightened of Roanna. And you don't know why she's frightened of Roanna, just that she is. She feels nervous and scared. It could be for any number of reasons. But you won't be able to narrow it down unless you confront her directly. So now that you're in this jail cell, and there's very few things that you can do, what is it that you want to do? Random says, "Grace, if it gets us in trouble, it gets you in trouble. At least tell us if it's something you know or a gut feeling." It's something we know, and a gut feeling. You kind of feel yourself mumble as Grace briefly takes the front to say that out loud. Tiny says, "Grace, you're gonna need to give me an explanation or I'm gonna start assuming some things." And Grace you feel her, squirming, distressed in your own mind. How lovingly vague. Oh, yes indeed, it is quite vague, isn't it? Random says, just do me a favor, Grace. If you take the wheel tomorrow, be sure to tell Rowena to keep Joseph and Steve out of this. And you feel yourself nodding, excitedly even. Seems that Grace does indeed agree with that. Being booped. Random says, I'm almost genuinely curious what would happen if Chet took the wheel. Winter at Mary Drake. Boop. Boops you. Boops you. Boops you. Boop, 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 boop. Random says, I chose to, but not to pressure poor Grace. What could we possibly plan for? If it's a gunfight of sorts, we already have the gun prepared. We're also in a jail cell. Most I can think of is hiding a sharp object in our mouth in case we need to shank someone. There is indeed also the knife. Shank. Oi, that's a bit rude, isn't it, bruv? Oi, what's this then? Have you got a license for getting stabbed? I've got my stabbing license right here. By the Queen. Oh, I'm sorry, but a license is a license. Bit sad, isn't it, mate? Kawaii desu ne. Kawaii desu ne. Tiny Portal says Scott the Wallace scene of Rex raising a gun and Scott just saying, wait. Random says, oh, Foxy, do you watch Gianni? Yes, I do. Isn't it the ultimate meme to make a F-ton of money? Mary says, geez Louise, I go to the bathroom for a moment and come back to talk about shaking someone. Chill, people. Shamk. Not shaking, shamk. Spelled S-H-A-M-K. Shamk. You cannot rest here. Have you ever played a video game where you have to sleep to recover? They only let you do it if everything is safe. Otherwise, they won't let you sleep. You'll get a message saying you cannot sleep now. There are monsters nearby. Now, remember the last time you just couldn't get to sleep? I do. Random says, it's the Wild West here. We don't know chill. We only know the desert heat and the catharsis of our actions, followed by the regretful consequences. Alright. Your mind immediately thinks back to thoughts of Rowena, what she looks like. Your mind instantly wanders back to a couple of moments in the past where you have been looking at her, where you remember the way that she smiled, the way that she snorted tonight, the way that she laughed and chuckled, the looks that she gave you. You remember the scent of her perfume, a scent of berries, strawberries, raspberries. Your brain is trying to remember which it is. The feeling of putting your head on her shoulder, the feelings of comfort and safety as she pet your head, the warmth in her eyes as she first looked at you, and the sadness that crossed them when she realized that you did not remember her. You think back to the earrings, the 2 crossed guns made in gold. You definitely know that she's a part of whatever faction has anything to do with these coins. You know that she's behind it. In some way, shape, or form, she's a part of it. Tiny Portal says, and yes I do, last dang night. And it's gonna be tonight too, because Culinary is gonna be an absolute bitch tomorrow. Mary says, I rolled to seduce the monsters. You rolled to seduce the monsters. Nuzzle. Hop hop. Random says, girls, I have a brilliant plan. We need to somehow find Rowena's collection of perfumes. All the sisters look confused, and by sisters I mean personalities. Your headmates. Chet sort of steps forward and, starts fronting to alongside Rose and says something along the lines of, perhaps we ought to have a firm moral compass tomorrow, just to avoid us getting into too much trouble, she says, mildly stern. Mary says, hey, when you're being haunted by monster girls, gotta make the best of it. Random says, smell is linked to memory. If we somehow smell something familiar, we might actually recall something of our past with her. Grace kinda looks, uncomfortable and slightly panicked. And the others sort of, you know, are in agreement with you. Welcome back, UTV. Welcome, welcome. Random says, okay, right now, let's figure out the best way to sneakily smell her. Rose says, even finding herself cringing at how her own thought now that she says it aloud. Grace cringes too, harshly. You can feel your nails sort of digging into your lap at that thought as you cringe. UTP, sorry I keep leaving midstream. Stuff has been busy as of late and we just had stuff I need to get done. What's going on? Oh, just doing stuff. Tiny says, UTP, pretty lady, nice to me. Finanza, pretty. Boop, how cute. And for the time being, I think that's where we'll leave this series off for the time being. There's not really much we can do in this jail cell until tomorrow, and I need to prepare for tomorrow. Random says, apologies in advance for the bad joke, doing stuff. Ryan, I'm stuff. And then Steve and Joseph go, that's funny. Rose, you are doing the barmaid. Oh yes, the barmaid knows about the other headmates. Grace at the very least. UTV says, so we're in a jail cell, talking to ourselves after the brain teller sent us here. That seems like the situation so far, at least I think. Yep, pretty much. So what do you think about where the series has, you know, ended off? Bonanza, there is pretty girl. Random says turning the damsel in distress into a mischievous major character was a brilliant play, Foxy. Well, thank you so very much. I hope that I continue to impress. HP says, bravo, Nico. Oh wait, that's what that does. UTP sent my rant about loving this series in a question, so it didn't show up in chat. Let me see. The rant goes, UTP says, I've not been here for most of it, but from the bits I have been here for, it's been lovely. Your storytelling is nice, and the twist of her being a system made sense. That, and Pretty Lady Go Burr. Thank you so very much. I really, really do appreciate it. I hope to continue to impress. Ah, bug flying around my face. Ah, no! Ah! Tiny says, damsel in distress, actually being a badass, it's just one of my favorite things. HP says, so is that the end of Wayward Western? And if so, is it for the time being, or is it simply the last bit? Sorry about whacking the microphone, sorry. No, tomorrow there will be more. There will be more to come. Attack the bug! Ah! Bird! Bird! That must be the bird there. Livid! Hello, Taiki Straws. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Howdy. Everyone back to the base, partner. Ba 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 da da ba da 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 ba 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 da da ba da 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 da. Has he lost his mind? Can he see or is he blind? Can he walk at all? Or if he moves, will he fall? Da da ba da da. Da 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 da. Beancran says I should voice train, so I'm gonna head off. Good luck with voice training. See you later. Time Pearl says, Spy sapping my sentry. Me when the spy saps my sentry. No! Taki says, insane lore drop of my OC. My OC can't die, and he survived a black hole, and he survived a bomb 50 times, and my OC is an SCV. Well, forgive me, but it kind of sounds like your OC is a little bit boring. Because it doesn't sound like they have many weaknesses, and people kind of prefer a slightly flawed character. You know, a character that has believable weaknesses. Rank 0 build. UTP says, I've just had an idea. A dryad who's obsessed with fire. I like that. Something that she can never ever, like... Well, I mean... she's especially flammable towards. I like that idea. Teki says he was afraid of cats. Ah! Ah! Run screaming into the night. BTV says that's kind of just Lily, with her partner being the pyromancer Neko. UTP says, ooh, pretty torch. Just gotta touch the fire really quick. It can't hurt if I do it quick, right? Regret! Regret! Look at them go! Fly! Be free! Whee! Striker assault rifle, that's nice. Close that door. Get on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur. Ah! Okay, drink. Drink, 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 drink. Chug, 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 chug. Okay, open. Is there nothing left in here? Did I take everything? I took everything. Dang it. Out the window. Garage, car. Goodbye. Whee! Bling! Okay. I cast Musty Gym Guy. Ugh. Mary says you should really give Baldur's Gate 3 a go, Foxo. Maybe. Nice! Ba 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 da da ba da 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 ba da ba da da ba da 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 da. Can't believe it's stuck in my head. Da 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 bum bum da 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 ba da da ba da da ba da 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 ba da 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 dun dun da da dun da da dun da da dun dun da 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 dun da da dun da 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 dun dun da da dun da da dun da da dun 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 da da dun da da dun da 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 ba ba Da da da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Nice. Time to look for more stuff. And shitty shitty bang bang. Uh-oh. Someone's coming. Or someone is at least around. I'm actually slightly concerned if I get caught out in the open. Like, oh my gosh, that'd kinda suck. Huh? Hi! Oh. Nah, I don't really need mending. What I can do, however... I can chug this. Because I have the gold bars and I don't necessarily care right now. Huh. So they're this way. Best save one of those charges to get away in case something goes wrong. Which, knowing my luck, it'll go wrong almost immediately. There's someone over here. Time to track, time to kill. Thank you. I want that auto turret. Oh, pain. Oh, that was just poor. Poor manners, my guy. Oh, that kinda hurts. Nice. Nice. Right, let's turn ranked off. Because I've got a couple quests to do. Gotta do that. Honestly, I really like the outfit that this character's wearing. I would love to pull that off too. I thought it was Black Sabbath's Iron Man, not Ozzy Osbourne's. Hop, hop. Oh, excuse me. He was turned to steel in the great magnetic field when he traveled time for the future of mankind. Nobody wants him. He just stares at the world. Da-da-dun, 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 bum-bum, da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Now I'm actually itching to find the lyrics to that song so that I can... Sorry. Oh, that... I feel bad. I feel bad. They could have claimed that. Eh. Lock and load. Already have a striker assault rifle? Oh, it's a beaut. She's a beaut. Let's rock. I can take that. Time to eliminate any foes that stand in our way. Search and destroy. Ah yes, the motto from Hellsing Ultimate. Any resistance you encounter is to be crushed! Fun question to Foxy. You're a villain that did a effie weffy, and the hero's about to kill you, but they're hesitating. What do you say in that situation? Good question. Oh, they're not being fair to me today. They're not being fair. They're not being fair! They're not being fair! Be fair to other people! Oh my gosh! Right. If we were quick enough, we might actually have a chance to get this NPC. If the NPC isn't here, then, well, tough beans. We're in luck! Hop! Oh, we got lucky. We're insanely lucky right now. They've turned us into a war machine! Why? Now it's basically a case of we're just gonna rock up on someone and they're either gonna kill us in one hit, or I'm just gonna roll over everybody until the end. Why? Cause we're wanderers, cause we're wanderers. We roll around, 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 cause we're wanderers. Yeah, we're wanderers. Search, destroy. Let's go. I am not sticking around here. We're leaving. We're leaving, laddie. You're coming with me. We're leaving, laddie. We got to go. We're leaving, laddie. Aw, thank you so very kind, little lad. Unknown. No one behind us that I can tell. I hope that vault is untouched, but probably not. Signal. Seek, destroy, conquer. Really? We've gotta go. Retreating to safe distance. It's best to retreat and live to fight another day than haggle. We'll haggle later. When I'm confident that we won't be turned into roast beef. Haha, gotcha. You missed. Whoop, 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 whoop. There's a car over there. Oh, there are only 10 people remaining. Well, this is nice. Uh-oh. Oh. My shots are good, I just didn't dodge well enough. Well done. Well done. Ambi says you got the pass or not? I got the pass. I got the pass. I got the pass, and I started getting the bonus rewards. Yeah. I started getting the bonus rewards. Bonus rewards are tasty. I love the bonus rewards. Really, really tasty. It's such an unfortunate thing that we lost that match. Oh, if I had dodged a little bit better, maybe I could have walked away from it. Maybe I could have gone on to get the chicken dinner. But I guess it just wasn't meant to be. MB's been around a couple of times before. What does the fox say? Thank you so very much, UTP. Hop hop. As GLaDOS would say, did well enough. Now I'm gonna sing the song Iron Man, because honestly, the lyrics have been stuck in my head. I might as well. Has he lost his mind? Can he see or Is he blind? Can he walk at all? Or if he moves, will he fall? Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Is he alive or dead? Has he thoughts within his head? We'll just pass him there. Why should we even care? Dun 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 dun. Dun dun da 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 da. Dun dun da 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 da. He was turned to steel in the great magnetic field when he traveled time for the future of mankind. Nobody wants him. He just stares at the world. Planning his vengeance that he will soon unfold. Random says, just want to say, can't wait for you to try out Monster Hunter. Would you try the MH Wilds limited time demo around October 31st, I think? Or are you gonna start the series with MH World or Rise? Probably gonna start with World. Random says I can answer some questions regarding the games if you want. Okay, so what are we in those worlds? What are we? What is our goal? What is our purpose? Nya 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 nya. The world's greatest actor doesn't need a stage, 'cause they're so good at their craft that nobody knows they're fake. The fools had no clue, the one they knew was just a fraud, the master of pretending to be something that they're not. But as the years go by, the actor starts to change, as day by day they live their life like all the world's a stage. Their true self mutilated by their permanent new mask, but by the time they've realized it, it's too late to turn back. The world's greatest actor despises their new form. Through their practice, saccharine smells, they've got much more than they bargained for. And as they turn back to their unsuspecting crowd, they thank them for their patronage and take their final bow. Random says, in MH World, you're part of a research excavation, trying to maintain stability in the environment by killing/capturing monsters making a mess. Trying to find out why Elder Dragons are trying to figure out why the Elder Dragons are migrating to the new world. Thank you so very much, UTP. Would you believe that I sang the entire song from memory? Because I just did. Hello there, darling. I was looking everywhere for you. Random says, Iname Trice, you're one of the born hunters of Kamura, trying to save your village from the monster rampage and figure out what is causing it. The expansions also have different stories if you want to know. I think I would. Let me know. Also, there are a good couple of songs from Nickelback that I know, that I really, really like singing. Such as How You Remind Me. Never made it as a wise man. Couldn't cut it as a poor woman stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. I'm sick of sight without the sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down, been to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, 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 no, no. Yeah, 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 no, no. It's not like you didn't know that. I said I love you and I swear I still do. And it must have been so bad. 'Cause living with me must have damn near killed you. And this is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down, been to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, 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 no, no. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Never made it as a wise man. Couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down, been to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah. Oh no. Random says, well, in Monster Hunter World Iceborne, some strange loud noise / roar is causing great instability, forcing monsters to migrate to the new world. You follow the noise and some migrators to a new icy landmass. Huh, I see. In my try Sunbreak, you follow Fiorain to Elgato to aid her at finding Malzeno, the vampire-themed elder dragon causing trouble all over by spreading its Kiro parasite. Huh, fascinating. But yeah, what did you think of that particular rendition of How You Remind Me? Self-fulfilling prophecy, welcome back! Monster Hunter series has always been interesting, but it feels so hard to get into. Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. Hey, Cutiefox Akira. Almost tone. How about chicken tonight? Sure thing. Looking forward to it. How about another song? One of my personal favorites is Savin' Me. Prison gates won't open up for me. On these hands and knees I'm crawling. No, I'll reach for you. Well, I'm terrified of these four walls. These iron bars can't hold my soul, and all I need is you. Come, please, I'm calling. Oh, I scream for you. Hurry, I'm falling. I'm falling. Show me what it's like to be the last one standing. Teach me wrong from right, and I'll show you what I can be. Say it for me. Say it to me, and I'll leave this life behind me. Say it if it's worth saving me. Heaven's gates won't open up for me. With these broken wings I'm falling. All I see is you. These city walls ain't got no love for me. I'm on the ledge of the 18th story. No, I scream for you. Come, please, I'm calling. All I need from you. Hurry, I'm falling, I'm falling. Show me what it's like to be the last one standing. Teach me wrong from right, and I'll show you what I can. And say it for me, say it to me, and I'll leave this life behind me. Say it if it's worth saving me. Hurry, I'm falling. And all I need is you. Come, please, I'm calling. Till I scream for you. Hurry, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling. Show me what it's like to be the last one standing. Teach me wrong from right, and I'll show you what I can be. Say it for me, say it to me, and I'll leave this life behind me. Say it if it's worth saving me. Hurry, I'm falling. Save it to me. Say it for me, say it to me, and I'll leave this life behind me. Say it if it's worth saving me. Whew! Thank you so very much, Random. Thank you so very much, Self-Fulfilling Prophecy. Was I ever in a theater or a band? Nope. I was never in a theater or a band. Thank you. Thank you. Have I considered joining one? A couple of times, but... not really an open door. Thank you so very much, Self. It took me a while to get this good, and my breath always kind of wavers a little. Self says, when I played clarinet, it was a constant struggle in marching band to not just die of lack of oxygen. The thing about is that sometimes when I sing while walking, I just peter out easily because I'm breathing heavily from walking. Random says, hey Foxy, how about we watch you react to some Monster Hunter trailers? Maybe the latest MH Wilds trailers should be fine copyright-wise since there's a lot of React videos out there. Not sure about it. Self says, nah, I've stopped playing when leaving marching band. I see. How about Scarborough Fair? Would you like me to try my hand at singing Scarborough Fair? It has been an awful, awful long time since I've tried to sing it. And it is one of my favorite songs. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. Tell her to make me a cambric shirt. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Without no seams nor needlework, then she'll be a true love of mine. Tell her to find me an acre of land. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Between the salt water and the sea strands, then she'll be a true love of mine. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? And the thing is the very first version that I fell in love with was the Simon and Garfunkel, which had different lyrics thrown, woven throughout it. I actually thought that I would like to record songs for the channel at some point, and then I just lost confidence. From Smash Mouth? There's only one song that I know from Smash Mouth, and that's All Star. I could try it for a lark. Would you like to hear that from me? Would you like me to sing Smash Mouth's All Star on the channel? could if you wanted to. Your voice is lovely, said the chatterer to an ASMR artist. Oh, stop it. I'm pretty sure you sound lovely. You should hear their everyday superhero song, It's Peak. Okay, I'll give it a listen sometime. Alrighty, get ready, cause I'm gonna try to put as much energy to it as possible. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the meteor men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. But what's on fire? How about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold, only shooting stars. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yep. What a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. Go! You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. I'm sorry about that. The stream is trying to sabotage me. No, no. Thank you so very much, Random. Thank you, UTP. Thank you. Thank you. UTP says, I do not know how you keep your voice going without breaking for breath, at least not noticeably so. It's so amazing it destroyed the internet. No, it isn't. But thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Anyways, I do believe that now I should give thanks to my active patrons list. Because without the active patrons, myself and the channel would be in a worse position than we would be otherwise. If you wish to join the active patrons list, click the link in the description down below and join my Patreon. Patrons gain access to early access content as well as content that will not be featured on YouTube. So thank you so very much. Anyways, a big round of applause to Balluna, Benifer the Potato, Obsidian Cross, Jack, William Coles, CT Mackin, Songbird, Kyra, Void Dweller, T-Square 5, Cookie, Iceland Rose, Vibe, Morning Owlet, Branwyn, Televisia Francus, Dan Muffin Cat, Sweet Song, Void, Lauren, Gramek also known as Luna, Parvati, Feathered Lily, Comic TF, Tarsies, Pixie Queen, Jessica, Amy Olgers, Robot Orange, Tiny Portal, Chloe, Bear the Space Witch, Ellipses, CM Fireflies, TG Lax, Ghost 48, Joanna, Indigo, Kai, Sky, Danny Bobani, Banana Busboat, Amy DC, TGSTGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. the Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sakrovia, Kiri Patootie, Lantern Warrior, White Wolf Tengu, Breedable Vaporeon, Eden, Mick Shepherd, Artemis Lake, Captain Aardvark 986, Archdemon Chrissy, Renee Collins, Zentreka, L. Brown, Wadman 2003, Lily Adams, The Lombax, Archibald, Bluegoo, Alice, Kulak 92, Nova the Artist, Bob True, Lost Wolf, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tara Bell, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, and Bloodmoth. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate all of your support. And again, if you wish to join the active patrons list and have your name read at the end of streams, please click the link in the description down below to join the Patreon. But that's enough of me shilling, and it's about time I got out of your hair. Please, drink some water, stay safe, we're in this together. Surviving is winning, and I am so proud of you. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.